but will this be the first time that they win the Europa Conference League? We're underway here then. 8 PM kickoff, so bang on, we're underway. Olympiacos in their red and white stripes and red shorts. Fiorentina all in white, so white shirts, white shorts, white socks, and Fiorentina kicking from right to left as I see it. Olympiacos left to right, and it is a packed crowd here as we are 30 seconds into the action here. Of course, Fiorentina, as we mentioned before, last season they reached this stage of the competition where they were defeated by David Moyes' West Ham United. And of course, this is only the third season that the Europa Conference League has existed in this name and in this format. So there's only ever been 2 winners of this competition before. That was West Ham United of the English Premier League last season, and Italy's Roma under José Mourinho for the first time that the Europa Conference League was ever competed. So will this trophy be heading back to Italy? Of course, that wouldn't be to Rome this time. This would be to the city of Florence, where Fiorentina are based in the Tuscany region of Italy. Manager there for Fiorentina looking on, Vincenzo Italiano. Manager for Olympiacos is the Spaniard José Luis Mendilibar. He won the Europa League with Sevilla, so he has experience of winning a European trophy as a manager. Quite start to the game then, so just with a goal kick here, it's the number 88, Konstantinos Zoulakis. Now Fiorentina just trying to move from middle to attack here, just in the middle of the pack there. Alpha Melo now looking to free Dodo, the Brazilian fullback, down the right, but he's unable to keep the ball in. So it'll be a throw in to the Greek side. On the left wing, from their perspective, deep inside their own half. Now it's the number 7 there, Fortunis, the captain, who just manages to win a 50-50, but Fiorentina have won the loose ball. Pretty scrappy so far. Got a free kick. It's gone the way of Olympiacos. I think it was actually for a handball, unintentional from Dodo. Yeah, just couldn't get his arm out of the way, but correct decision from the referee. Some vociferous appeals there from the Olympiacos supporters. There's huge amounts of Olympiacos supporters here as well. Olympiacos are kicking towards the end where the Fiorentina faithful are. So it's been a fast start to the game, but it's been scrappy. Possession has been shared numerous times already. Long ball already from Fiorentina. And that won't be causing Olympiacos any harm at all there. So Lakis, experienced goalkeeper for Olympiacos, but he still is only 21. Now Olympiacos very quickly turning defence into attack here. Now running down the left wing on the edge of the penalty area. Can he get their first shot of the game? And it's a good tip around the post there from Pietro Terracciano. Excellent strike, and it was Daniel Podenza, the Portuguese international, who's on loan from Wolverhampton Wanderers, with the shot just outside the edge of the penalty area. So from 20 yards, that was sneaking in. Terracciano needed to get a touch onto that, and he just tips the ball around the post. So the first corner of the game then will be taken by Olympiacos. Fortunis, it's kept short, and it's just cleared away in the end by Fiorentina. But some good early pressure now then from the Greek side. Finished third in this season's Greek Super League behind table toppers and champions Piraeus Salonika rather, and second placed AEK Athens. Now it's Fiorentina's turn to go on to the counter-attack. That's well worked here. Can he find someone free? Kouame just misses it, and then the shot in the end from Andrea Bellotti, the Italian international, is sliced wide. But just for a second there, if Kouame, the Ivorian international, if he could have just got the ball from out under his feet there, he only had a split second to do it. Or to be fair to Kouame, did actually just take a little slight deflection from a Greek fullback just before it reached him. That just put him off. But already then 2 efforts on goal, 1 from each side. Olympiacos with that shot on target, which forced the corner. And then Fiorentina probably felt like they should have done a bit better there with the shot that went in the end from Belotti, but it was sliced wide of the target from around 15 yards out. So a fast start then, very bright start from both sides. Hoping for a classic cup final, of course, here. So just to recap on how they got here from the semi-final stage. So Fiorentina knocked out Belgian side Club Brugge in the semi-finals. Olympiacos knocked out English Premier League side Aston Villa, of course managed by Unai Emery, who has achieved multiple successes at European club level. Olympiacos won that tie 6-2 on aggregate. Won at Villa Park as well in that first leg 4-2, so very, very impressive result and performance from the Greek side there. And as we mentioned before, if Olympiacos win tonight, this would be their first ever European trophy at senior level. Because that's just in reference to the UEFA Youth League, which they won earlier on this season. That's at under 19s level. Now Olympiacos going for the counter here quickly. Fortunis, the skipper. Now to Credenza again. Will he go for a shot this time? This time switches it to El Kaabi. Now from the left wing, is kept low. In the end it's cleared away from Mandragora, the Italian international. Just inside 7 minutes. It's been quick. It's been very, very pacey from both sides. Both sides looking to counter very, very quickly. Interesting start so far then. Olympiacos with a throw-in then on the left wing, about 15 yards away from the corner quadrant. Now it's taken. Go back at first. Now back to the centre circle. To Retsos. Now Rodinei. Looking for a quick link-up play, and that's nice. Rodinei has some space to venture down the right wing. Delivers the ball from just in front of the byline. Headed away from Fiorentina. Now it's a bit of a scrappy midfield battle again, but now the referee's stopped play. And it looks as if he's seen a foul from Ibora of Olympiacos. And so it'll be a free kick to Laviola. Inside their own half. So just see a replay there of that. Really, it was a fantastic save from Pietro Terracciano, the Italian keeper. And now Fiorentina back on the counter again here. And they've managed to force a corner. Some strong appeals here from Olympiacos that it actually should be a goal kick. But it is a corner. That is the final decision. Again, a very, very quick counter-attack here. Just like 20 seconds before was Olympiacos on the attack. Then a free kick, and very quickly, right on the other side, Fiorentina again delivering the ball from the right wing. It's cleared away by Olympiacos, but the trouble is not over just yet for the Greek side. Cristiano Biraghi will take the corner from the right wing then. The Italian skipper for Fiorentina. Played in last season's final against West Ham United. Corner comes in. Oh, it's gone in. Oh, the assistant referee has raised the flag though. So the ball did find itself in the back of the net, but to be fair to the assistant referee on the right wing, the flag was up instantly. Not sure if it was actually for a foul or whether it was an offside. It was an offside. So number 4, Nikola Milenkovic, the Serbian international. I think he knew straight away that he was probably offside. And to be fair to the assistant referee, he did put the flag up pretty much straight away. I think the referee is just checking, is getting the knowledge from the VAR officials, just to double check that the assistant referee's call was the right one. And it was, so thankfully that, excuse me, that didn't take too long. So VAR just double checking it, but the assistant referee's call was definitely the right one. So goal kick taken then from Solakis. So he did have the ball in the back of the net then from Fiorentina, but Milenkovic's close range effort. He was just a yard offside, so correctly ruled out. So 10 minutes gone already. Flown by, to be fair. Certainly not being cagey. We see a lot of cup finals, don't we, be very, very cagey. Like cup finals, playoffs finals tend to be very cagey, especially at the start of the game. But do detect a few nerves, but it's pretty entertaining though from both sides. Both countering very, very quickly. Fiorentina again now surging down the left wing. Ortega. Just managing, sorry, Ortega almost managed to clear the ball away, but Fiorentina have got the ball back here. It was Biraghi there, just trying to skip past Fortunis. Skipper against the skipper. Should be a free kick to Laviola, Fiorentina's nickname. So they've got one game to go after this. So on Sunday they play, funnily enough, the Europa League champions, Atalanta, on Sunday. And that is the final game overall of the Italian Serie A season for the 2023-24 campaign. Fiorentina looking to have a shot there from the edge of the penalty area from the number 38, Rolando Mandragora, but that was steered well wide though. He always seemed to be a bit off balance. Don't think the keeper was too worried about that at any stage. Just checking there the lines from that earlier offside call, and yeah, Milenkovic was definitely offside, so it was the right call from the assistant referee. Long goal kick taken then from Zolakis. Now the skipper, Fortunis, from the centre then, carries the ball, switches now to the left wing. Oh, that's good play that. Oh, and Fiorentina just managed to pick up the loose ball. But Olympiacos gained possession. Now to the number 23, Rodinei, the Brazilian, playing in a sort of right back, right wing back role at the moment. Now Carmo, sitting deep a little bit. Ibora. Oh, a long ball there, and that's gone to absolutely no one. It's actually gone out for a throw-in right next to where the corner quadrant is. Have been a couple of other games tonight, of course, at this stage of the season. Not many games at all being competed, as we're right in the dying embers of this 2023-24 campaign for a very, very quick break, and then suddenly it's Euro 2024. But in the UEFA Under-17s Championships, 2 quarter-finals have recently come to an end. So Denmark Under-17s have knocked out Czechia Under-17s 5-3 on penalties after a 1-1 draw, and Serbia Under-17s are through to the semi-finals after defeating Austria's Under-17s 3-2. England Under-17s are competing tomorrow, and that'll be against Italy. Should be a very interesting game there. Back here though in Greece, long range effort from Fiorentina gets, takes a hefty deflection. It was Christian Kouame, the Ivorian international, with the shot. Big deflection of Chiquinho. And so it's going to be a corner kick then for Fiorentina from the right flank. It's going to be Biraghi to take, because he skippered Fiorentina in last season's final as well. They were defeated 2-1 by West Ham United. But whoever wins today will be a brand new name on the trophy, following the footsteps of West Ham United and Roma. Corner kick comes in. Oh, dear me. Awful from Biraghi. Far too much weight on it. And it goes out very harmlessly for a goal kick. We'll be disappointed with the delivery there. Just waiting then for the goal kick to be taken. Managers just circling their dugouts at the moment, their dugout area. Both pretty animated. Vincenzo Italiano for Fiorentina. José Luis Mendilibar, the Spanish manager, in charge of Olympiacos. He has won the Europa League before. That was with Sevilla. That was his previous job before arriving at the helm of Olympiacos. So he has experience of winning a European trophy before. Rodinei to take throw in then. Inside Olympiacos' own half, just in front of the halfway line. Sorry, excuse me there, just a slight frog in my throat. All the way back though to the goalkeeper, so Olympiacos just forced to retreat. Now playing it out from the back confidently. Rodinei looking to poke the ball down the right wing, trying to find the Moroccan international, Ayoub El Khabi. Can't quite keep the ball in though. Mendilibar, the Olympiacos manager, really barking out the orders there at the moment. So into the 17th minute, stalemate not being broken yet. Of course, if this is level after 90 minutes, then we go to extra time. And then if the deadlock has still not been broken, and we're still on level terms, then yes, we would go to dreaded penalty shootout. We'll certainly be seeing a few of those, I imagine, over the course of this summer. Of course, Euro 2024 in Germany takes place in just over 2 weeks' time, 2 weeks and 2 days. The opening game is Germany versus Scotland. And your flash score commentator for that game will be myself, so I can only apologise for that one. Now then, Fiorentina clears the ball out deep inside their own half, goes straight back to Olympiacos' midfield. Good pressing here from the Greek side. Long ball in the end, aimed, trying to find Chiquinho. He's unable to keep the ball in, and so it'll be a goal kick for Terracciano to take for Fiorentina. It's just the game, in terms of the flow and the pattern of the game, it has just seemed to calm down just a little bit. Just get the sense that the first 10 minutes, bit of nerves on display from both teams. Obviously, this is a huge, huge game for both sides. Of course, any cup final is, but for Olympiacos, they've never won a European trophy before in their long, long history. Won so many Greek titles and Greek cups, but never a European trophy. And Fiorentina have only done it once before, way back in 1961 when they won the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup. They've reached the European Cup final before. In fact, I believe I'm right in saying they were the first Italian team ever to reach a European Cup final. And of course, they reached last season's Europa League final as well. It's only been one occasion that Fiorentina have come out on top in the European final. That's something that they desperately want to put right here. Has just petered out a little bit as well, this game. We're just going to have a look here. I think it's a replay of an incident here where, not sure if there was perhaps an elbow, just managed to catch the Fiorentina number 6, Arthur Melo. I think VAR have already stopped looking at that. There wasn't anything in that whatsoever. So again, a second VAR stoppage, but they've both been very, very quick, thankfully. Olympiacos have now won a free kick in a decent position now, 35 yards out, in a central position. They're obviously not going to shoot from here, but they've got options. Santiago Hetzer just circling the ball at the moment, but then walks away, so I don't think it's going to be Hetzer that will take him. Just heading into the 20th minute though. This looks as if it's going to be chipped right into the penalty area there. Delivery comes in now. Oh dear. The delivery hasn't been perfect, to put it politely, from both sides so far. Fortunis, the skipper for Olympiacos, with that free kick. Just trying to put it into the mixer, but again, just too much weight on the delivery. Goes out harmlessly for a goal kick. So if you've just tuned in, listening to the Flash Score coverage, listening to Flash Score's coverage of the Europa Conference League final between Fiorentina and Olympiacos. Now Fiorentina just with delivery here from the right wing, headed away initially by Olympiacos. Danger's not being dealt with though, and the shot comes in, and it is saved in the end though by Zoulakis. Shot from 18 yards out on the edge of the penalty area, but unfortunately from Fiorentina's perspective, it was side-footed straight at the keeper. Should have done better with that. Should have done better, and he knows that. It's actually a bit closer than what I first thought. It was actually about maybe only 14, 15 yards out. Should have done better. Pretty easy save for Zoulakis to make there in the end from Arthur Melo. Fiorentina's best effort so far, but they're on for another effort here, and can the forward here just try and turn round and go past Zoulakis? He can't, but they've been able to keep the ball here. Kouame just knocks the ball back to number 3, number 3 here, Cristiano Biraghi. Delivery comes in, initially headed away by Olympiacos, and now they can shepherd the ball out. Now Olympiacos can counter here down the left wing. Switches it to the right. Now to Rodinov. Takes his time. Hetzer. Now to Retsos. Olympiacos just trying to calm the tempo down just a little bit here, as Fiorentina have just threatened a couple of times just within the last couple of minutes. Now cleared away by Carmo. On the left wing, falls to Podence. Olympiacos play it all the way back to the goalkeeper. Just slowing down the tempo of the game here as we reach the midway point of the first half. Retsos again, all the way back to the goalkeeper. It was Andrea Bellotti, with the shot there, which should have been a lot better, and Zoulakis was able to make a pretty comfortable save. Biraghi. So Fiorentina just over the halfway line here on the left wing. Now good spell of pressure from Olympiacos. Just forces Fiorentina to retreat. Now it goes all the way back to Terracciano in goal. And the clearance goes out of play here. So Olympiacos, I think, just slowing the game down after some good pressure from Laviola. Now the Olympiacos here just trying to find some joy here on the right wing. They managed to find some space. It's taken a big deflection here off the number 28, Lucas Martinez Quarter. So Chiquinho, with delivery from the right wing, takes that big deflection. The ball lands on the roof of the net. And it's going to be a corner kick for the Greek side. Just having a look at that replay, by the way, of the effort from Bellotti. Really should have done better there. On target, but should have been forcing Zoulakis into a much more difficult save than that one. So corner will be taken from the left wing. Chiquinho will take. Oh, and it's going to be taken again. Got a Fiorentina player down on the turf here. Just trying to find out exactly who that is. Let's just have a quick replay to see what happened here. I think it's the number 38 who's gone down, Rolando Mandragora. He's made just the one appearance for the Italian national senior team. So the corner will be retaken then. Chiquinho again from the left. Oh, and it's a good save in the end. It was a header from close range there. Just the tiniest of glancing efforts. And Terracciano does well to keep hold of the ball. So still 0-0. Decent little effort there for Olympiacos. And I think it was Daniel Podence again with the effort there. So it's another effort which has seen Podence ask a big question of Terracciano. Neil did really well to keep hold of the ball, because I think quite a few keepers would have spilled that or just simply palmed the ball away, and it could have been a very easy rebound there for Olympiacos to have tucked away. It's a good goalkeeping there. Fiorentina aiming to go quick on the counter again, and Kwame just briefly had the ball inside the penalty area, but the ball cleared away by Olympiacos' defence. Captain Cristiano Biraghi then, with the throw-in for the Florence team on the left wing, in a decent position here, of course, inside Olympiacos' own half. It comes to no avail though on that attack, and it's a long ball that just goes straight back to Fiorentina's keeper. Apologies just for the slight breaking coverage there. Back up and running now. Of course, if you have just tuned in, thank you very much for listening along to tonight's flash score coverage of the 2023-24 Europa Conference League final between Fiorentina of Italy and Olympiacos of Greece. The deadlock remains unbroken at the moment. Fiorentina have had a good little spell within the last 5 minutes. Decent opportunity certainly for Belotti, which saw a save, fairly comfortable save though from Zoulakis, but very recently he had a decent effort there from Piraeus. Glancing header, finest of glances, and it was well kept out from Terracciano. Best opportunity of the whole game so far, we're only in the 27th minute, was only after about 2 minutes, when Terracciano was forced into a very good save to tip the ball around the post after a really good 20-yard effort from Daniel Piraeus, the Portuguese international. Fiorentina in possession again then. Biraghi made 16 appearances for Italy's national side. Back to Milenkovic, who did have the ball in the back of the net around about 15 minutes ago, but he was clearly a yard offside, and the assistant referee had the flag up straight away. Long ball is headed away from Olympiacos, and now they're looking to suddenly turn this into a counter-attack here from the left wing. Oh, and it's a great tackle there from the number 4, Milenkovic, just in front of Ayub El Karbi, just before he was able to strike for glory. Now we've got Fiorentina and an Olympiacos player both on the turf here after a 50-50 challenge. It looks as if it's Piraeus, I think, for Olympiacos. Well, we've got a yellow card here. Yellow card here for Olympiacos, and I think it is, Piraeus. So he's had 2 shots on target, and now he's received the first booking of the game. So Piraeus has got to be careful here. A little bit of sarcastic applause afterwards as well when the referee wasn't looking. He needs to be careful. When you look back at the replay, it is a pretty late challenge on Dodo, just above the shin, and that will hurt. So I think that booking was definitely warranted. Appeals for a penalty from Fiorentina as number 38, Mandragora, goes down, but I don't think there was anything in that, and the referee agrees. So no penalty given here. Now Fiorentina have a throw-in midway down the left flank inside Olympiacos' own half. Now released by Biraghi. And Belotti tries to deliver a ball from the left wing just in front of the byline. It's charged down by Olympiacos, and the ball ricochets back off the Italian, and so it will be a goal kick for the Greek Super League side. Just coming up to half an hour played then. Still waiting for the first goal of the game. Olympiacos 0, Fiorentina 0. Of course, as we mentioned before, at this stage of the season, very few games now. So we've had a couple of earlier games today. Early evening in the under-17s Euros. But apart from those games, very little else has actually been contested today, football-wise. Of course, this is the big main event for today in this sport, this big cup final here between Olympiacos and Fiorentina. Of course, Atalanta were the winners of the earlier Europa League last week when they defeated the seemingly undefeatable Bayer Leverkusen, ended up winning 3-0. And that Bayer Leverkusen's 51-match unbeaten streak finally came to an end. Free kick here, just won by Fiorentina, right inside the middle of the centre circle. Foul conceded by Argentina's Santiago Hetze. Just a bit of a late nick there on Martinez Quarter, on his compatriot. So it'll be a free kick just inside the centre circle, inside Fiorentina's own half. Launched in there, oh my word, and the goalkeeper for Olympiacos, Solakis, really had to time that well because he bounded off his line and then leapt so high in order to claim that. Needed to make sure that he timed that to perfection. Seeing a few online comments just saying this is not the best game in the world. I would agree so far. It was a fairly frantic opening 10 minutes where both teams countered very, very quickly. Made it quite an entertaining watch. But yeah, after the opening 10 minutes, it has just sort of settled into a very scrappy game so far. And we've not seen too much in the way of clear-cut chances, but hopefully, as the match progresses, the affair becomes a little bit more of an entertaining one. Of course, so much riding on this. Silverware at stake. Competition that neither team has won before. Of course, for Olympiacos' perspective, this would be their first ever European trophy at senior level of any kind. Not the best of goal kicks taken from Terracciano. Just allows Olympiacos to come forward here on the left wing. Kind of sums up the last 20 minutes. Pedence seemed to get into a good position on the left wing. And then the flag goes up for offside. Fiorentina back in possession then. Long ball in the end though from the left. And that goes way, way wide. Goes over the touchline. That'll be a throw in there for the Greek side. Awful delivery, it has to be said. So yeah, pretty frantic opening 10 minutes of the game. It promised a lot, but it has become a very, very scrappy affair just within the last 22 minutes or so. Now into the 34th minute of the game here. You just feel with a game like this, where it has got very, very scrappy, you'd say Fiorentina are probably the favourites, but not by much. Certainly not by much. Because especially with the way that Olympiacos, well, in the end dismantled Aston Villa in the semi-finals. It's a very, very professional job from the Greek side, so you do get the sense with a game like this, the first goal is absolutely crucial. For a pretty even game, pretty even sides in a cup final. First goal will be absolutely crucial, and you do get the feeling both teams know that. Now then, can we get a bit of moments of excitement here? Fiorentina just building down the right. Inside Olympiacos' own half here. Bonaventura, we've not seen too much of him. Just cuts the ball back here. Fiorentina maintain possession, still on the right wing. Bonaventura again. Just looking for some support here. Oh, dearie me. Trying to switch the ball to the left, trying to find Christian Kwame. Again, too much weight delivered on the ball. It goes straight out of play. Because both sets of fans still making plenty of noise here, but it's not been a classic cup final yet. Of course, still a long way to go. Could go all the way through extra time here and a penalty shootout, we never know. Throw-in taken by Olympiacos then, deep inside their own half on the right wing. Now a bit of head tennis between both sides here. You just can tell both sides are just desperate to get that first goal of the game. To get that cushion. To get their noses out in front. It's going to be a close game. Can't really see this game being won by more than one goal, it has to be said. Very even so far. Kwame does well to win the ball back for Fiorentina when Olympiacos were beginning to press down the right of centre. Now a decent pass from Belotti. Now Mello. Bonaventura. Now Martinez Quarta. Now Bonaventura again in the centre of play. This is better from Fiorentina. Kwame. Now switching to the left. Oh, that's a poor ball from the Ivorian international. Big let off there for Olympiacos. That was a good phase, good passing phase there from Fiorentina. Spreading the ball out there from right to left as well. Not relying on long ball. Then the final pass there from Kwame was pretty dreadful. Just on the in front of the halfway line. Now Fiorentina break into Olympiacos' half here. Can he go for goal here from around 20 yards out? He's not able to. He's not able to get the ball out from under his feet quick enough, and Olympiacos are able to scramble the ball away. Of course, Olympiacos' manager, José Luis Mendilibar, hasn't actually been in charge of Olympiacos for very long. He only took over in October after he was sacked by Sevilla after winning only 2 of their first 8 La Liga games of the season. So he's not even been at Olympiacos for a year yet. He's got through to another European final, second one. Now Olympiacos have just given a free kick away here in a good area for Fiorentina. Chiquinho's not happy with the referee with it, but the referee just waves away their appeals, and also from the captain for Tunis as well. I think it's the right decision when you look back at the replay. It's a pull of the shirt. It was persistent on Andrea Belotti. Now Fiorentina have a free kick from around about 30 yards out towards the right of centre, but it's a good position for them to deliver an in-swinging free kick right into the mixer, just around about the penalty spot. We'll see what they can do, but the delivery certainly needs to be better from Cristiano Biraghi. His delivery has been pretty poor so far since the game started. That's a little better. Takes a deflection off of the Olympiacos player, but it's Bonaventura who keeps the ball just on the edge of the penalty area here. Bit of pinball. Oh dear, and the number 10's effort there just is steered wide of the post from Nicolas Gonzalez. Slices the ball at the crucial moment when he just managed to find a pocket of space after that quick game of pinball. It's actually Kwame who headed the ball across the face of goal from the byline. And Zoulakis just sort of punches the ball away, but barely gets any yardage on it. And it fell to Gonzalez, but he sliced his opportunity pretty horribly. And the ball very slowly was steered wide of the post. It kind of sums up this first half so far. Now it's Olympiacos' turn to go on the counter here. It's going to be a 50-50 here with the striker and the keeper. And that's a very tough challenge there on Terracciano. So it was Terracciano and Ayoub El Kaabi. It's a nasty collision between both players there, the Italian keeper and the Moroccan forward. We'll have a look at the replay here now. It's very brave from Terracciano. He punches the ball away just as El Kaabi is about to reach it with his head. But he then gets a knee to the old ribs And that will be a very painful one. He might be down for a couple of minutes here. And Terracciano just still needing a little bit of treatment. He'll be pretty winded by that. But he is now up. And El Kaabi has just got back up as well. Got to be honest, I'm surprised Terracciano has got up so quickly, because that was a really hefty collision there between both players. So it's going to be a free kick then. So it's been adjudged to be a foul from the Moroccan forward. So Terracciano will take the free kick. 5 minutes to go then of normal time. And at the moment, I don't think there'd really be much stoppage time at all. I'd say maybe 2 minutes at the most. Still waiting for a moment of inspiration so far in this final. It's crying out for one, but who can produce it? For Tunis, can it be the skipper trying to switch the ball from right to left? Intervened by Fiorentina. Will they go long? They have done quite often so far in the first half. Decide not to this time. It's kept on the deck, but it's an awful delivery once again from Biraghi. He's not having his best of games, the Italian skipper. Now Olympiacos can win the ball in defence. Scrappy game. Fiorentina wins the loose ball, but the referee is actually given a booking here, so that's Fiorentina's first booking. And it's gone to Lucas Martinez Quarta, the Argentinian international. 11 appearances for the Argentine national side. Yeah, came in from the back. Bit of a naughty challenge that one, so I think that is worth a yellow because it was a challenge that did come in from the back. So it's going to be a free kick for Olympiacos inside the centre circle. 42nd minute of the game. We'll just need a moment of inspiration here from someone from either side to really kickstart this cup final. Now for Tunis, awful delivery goes to absolutely no one. Closest object it reaches is the corner flag rather than a player. So it's going to be a throw in for Dodo to take. So we now move into the 43rd minute. Of course, just to clarify, if this is level after 90 minutes, we would go to extra time, and then if still level, at the end of that, we would indeed go to a penalty shootout. Olympiacos now just looking to play the ball out the back after an immediate long ball following Dodo's throw-in. Olympiacos have looked fairly steady while carrying the ball out of defence. Now they're on the attack. First time in a little while here. El Kaabi guides the ball to the left. Now in the centre of midfield it's Iborra, who's had a pretty quiet game so far. Now Carmo. On the left it's Francisco Ortega. It's bullied and harassed there by the Fiorentina defender, but Olympiacos have managed to win a throw-in. Inside Fiorentina's own half here, in a good position, about 15 yards away from the corner quadrant on the left wing. This actually must have just taken a tiny nick off the Olympiacos player at the end, because it will be Dodo to take the throw-in once again here, the Brazilian player for Fiorentina. Can we have a moment of magic here in the dying stages of this first half? Just about 30 seconds left of normal time in this first period of play. Olympiacos looking to play the ball out from the back again, just in front of the halfway line. Good pressing though from Fiorentina, forces Olympiacos into a long ball down the left wing. And that's well defended there by Dodo. That's been one of the best pieces of defending we've seen so far in this cup final from either side. Olympiacos looked to cut down the loose ball, but in the end the deflection that they managed to get, the interception, runs loose and it goes out for another throw-in on the right wing for Fiorentina. So we're just about to find out how much stoppage time we're going to have. I can't imagine there's going to be much. It's one, just the 1 minute. It's pretty rare that you see that those days, but yeah, only the 1 minute of stoppage time. Kind of tells you its own story there. So is there time just for one more chance here in the first half from either side? So just to summarise, a pretty frantic opening 10 minutes. That was quite entertaining. Both sides countering very, very quickly. I think there were a lot of nerves on display here from both sides. It was pretty frantic, entertaining to watch, but after that it has been a bit of a slog, it has to be said. Neither side playing particularly good football, it has to be said, at the moment, so it does flatter to deceive, but it's a big game for both teams. Big game, a lot riding on this for both sides, and has kind of told its own story about how the game has gone and progressed so far. And the referee, has he blown? Yes, he has now blown. So half-time whistle has gone. Applause from everyone in the crowd, but no cheers just yet of jubilation from either side. That's been a very, very even first half. So it's not been the best of first halves, but I don't think anyone can pick a winner. I'd be very hard pressed to pick out a winner from this. It's so tight. Really could go either way. It's up to one of these sides to really go for it and up the tempo in the second half and take this game to the opposition. But which team will that be? Very hard to say. So at half time here, Olympiacos 0, Fiorentina 0. At half-time in the final of the Europa Conference League. So, very tense game, very even game, 0-0 so far. So we're back after a 10 to 12 minute break, but don't go anywhere. Absolutely certain the second half will provide a lot more chances, and of course we're going to see the team lift a trophy at the end of this all. So, we'll be back in about 10 minutes time, but at half-time it's Fiorentina 0, Olympiacos 0. still 0-0. We're still awaiting the first goal of the game. Best opportunity probably came only about 90 seconds after the game started. Very good save from Terracciano to deny a 20-yard effort from Daniel Cadence. But towards the end of the first half, there was another effort from Cadence, a fine glancing header. Barely touched him, but he just got a nick from close range following a corner, and it was a good save for Terracciano to not just save, but to actually keep hold of the ball and deny the opportunity for an Olympiacos player to poke home a rebound from close range. So the Olympiacos team have been out on the pitch for a little while. The Fiorentina players are now out onto the pitch, as well as the officials. Olympiacos are in their home strip of the red and white stripes with red shorts and red socks. Fiorentina, well, primarily all in white with the purple pattern around the sleeves. They're in white shirts, white shorts and white socks for Fiorentina. So hopefully the second half can be a bit more, well, hopefully a lot more of an entertaining affair than the first half, which kind of flattered to deceive. I'm just waiting for the go-ahead from the referee. He seems very, very happy, very smiley, and we're underway. So the second half underway then. So it's up to both teams to really take the initiative here and take this game by the scruff of the neck, because with the way it's going, there's not going to be a goal scored here at any point, and we'll just go all the way through to extra time and then all the way through to penalties. So one of these teams have really got to take the initiative here. The game is there to be won for both teams. It's been very, very even contest. Both teams have cancelled each other out. That's probably the best way of summarising it. They've just cancelled each other out so far. Very little in between them. Only 40 seconds in then, we've already got an Olympiacos player down on the pitch holding his head. But he seems to be okay now, though. He has just got back up. Fiorentina will play the ball out right from the back then, from the goalkeeper. From Martinez Quarta. Long ball, but that goes straight to Zoulakis. He's only really had to make one save so far, and it was a comfortable save when Andrea Bellotti had got himself into a good position. Should have done better with the chance, and that's been, well, I'd say Fiorentina's best effort of the whole game so far. Of course, like I say, hoping for a much more adventurous second 45 minutes and a few goals. Obviously from a neutral's perspective. Now it's Olympiacos' turn to play the ball out from the back then. Retsos to Rodinei. Long ball down the right flank. Oh, manages to find Ayub El Karbi, who's been pretty quiet all game, but the assistant referee has the flag up. So I can't see that there's been substitutions yet for either side, so it looks as if we're unchanged. And that's for both teams. And if you have just tuned in, just to clarify as well, if this match is level, after 90 minutes we would go to extra time, and then if it's still level after that, we would have to go to penalties. Now then, we've got an Olympiacos player and a Fiorentina player that have gone down here, and the referee is urgently calling for physios from both sides to come on. Looks as if it's a clash of heads. Just trying to see exactly who it's between, but yeah, physios were called into action very quickly. Oh yeah, sort of forehead to the side of the head, just above the cheekbone there of the Fiorentina player. That's nasty. That'll really hurt, that one. Wouldn't surprise me if a black eye comes on for comes up there for the Fiorentina player, because no subs have been used just yet for either side. For Fiorentina, we've got Lucas Beltran, who's warming up, Argentinian forward. So he could come on. Maybe Alfred Duncan, maybe, from Ghana, who featured in last season's Europa Conference League final, which of course Fiorentina competed in as well, where they were defeated 2-1 by West Ham United. So it was the clash of heads there between Retsos of Olympiacos and Belotti of Fiorentina. Here at the OPAP Arena in Athens. So we're still waiting for the go-ahead for both players that they are able to continue. They should be fine. Looks as if they're going to be okay. And we're still just waiting here for play to continue. Was a big collision there from Retsos and Belotti. Retsos is now on the sidelines, but I think he's just waiting for the signal on the go-ahead to come back onto the pitch. Same for Belotti as well. So it's going to be a drop ball, but it's placed right to Olympiacos keeper Konstantinos Zoulakis without any competition. They're still waiting to actually take the ball. I think the Olympiacos player has now actually gone down here, now on the sidelines. So that's obviously not a good sign at all. Just got a Fiorentina player showing some concern there as well. It was Belotti who had the collision with Panagiotis Retsos. But doesn't look great if Retsos is going to be able to absolutely certain the second half will provide a lot more chances. And of course we're going to see the team out there is still very, very dazed after the clash. And he actually signalled, the player himself did signal that he was not able to continue. And he looks totally out of it, and it's completely the right decision. He could well be concussed after smacking his head just above where the cheekbone was there of Andrea Belotti. So Olympiacos are going to have to bring on a replacement there, because there's no way on earth that Retsos can continue, the Greek defender, surely. Still waiting for confirmation as to whether Olympiacos are going to bring this sub on. Fiorentina will go on the counter in the meantime, just down the right wing. That's a better cross that's come in from the right wing. Still somehow manages to evade everyone though in the penalty area. I think it must have just taken a slight nick off the head of Olympiacos defender. We're just seeing a replay again there of the Greek player Panagiotis Retsos just having to lie down again after a big clash here. And he's already, I think, got a big lump on his head from what we can see, but it's clearly he's going to have to be substituted. Olympiacos just clear the ball out, so quite a bit of stoppage time there that we'll have. We only had 1 minute of stoppage time at the end of the first half, but I think we're already guaranteed to have more than that already at the end of the second half, no matter what happens now. But of course, we're still waiting for the first goal of the game in what has been mainly a very cagey cup final, where you can tell both teams know just how crucial the first goal will be between two sides that are very, very well matched. And to be fair, have just cancelled each other out. Left wing attempt from Piraeus has been conceded for a corner by Fiorentina's defender. Now Piraeus going right up to the Olympiacos fans behind that goal, really G'ing them up here, trying to give them a bit of momentum. So Piraeus, I think himself, will take the corner on the left wing. Oh no, my mistake, sorry, that's the 6, Chiquinho. Chiquinho then takes the corner. That's a bit better, but still Terracciano is able to claim. I can't believe this, but Retsos, who went off, is actually going to continue, which I absolutely cannot believe, because he did the signal with both his hands, as if to say, I need to come off. But he's being forced to play on here. And he's clearly already got a lump on his head. He had to go down to the ground twice while on the sidelines because he was so dazed and out of it. So mind-boggling that he's been allowed to continue. So it's worth monitoring just to see how he is in his opening 10 minutes. But again, it's another concern of health and safety issues not really being addressed properly within the sport of football when it comes to head injuries. Not the first time, I'm afraid it probably won't be the last time where we'll see not the right course of action being taken when other sports do a lot better when it comes to head injuries than football. But at the moment, he is continuing. He's on the ball now. Cannot believe he's continuing, but Olympiacos' own half to pass the ball short to Rodinei on the right wing. Definitely did signal to come off though, and just seemed to have been overruled by his own manager and the physio. Remarkable. Still a very scrappy game here though that we've got here from both sides. Just neither side able to just take the initiative here. But is this the moment? Fiorentina managed to win a quick free kick. Now they're galloping down the left wing here. And again, they're just not able to take advantage though. It's a scrappy loose ball and Olympiacos are able to claim the ball. And the second half has just carried on in the same vein really as the vast majority of the first half. Dodo's in a lot of space here on the right flank inside Olympiacos' own half. Doesn't deliver the ball in though, cuts the ball back to Martinez Quarta, and that's an awful ball. And that's cleared away by the Olympiacos defender. Now he looks for Ayub El Karbi to rob the ball from the Fiorentina centre half, but is not quite able to do that. So, like I said before, we're just waiting for a moment of inspiration here, a moment of magic. So you feel like, aside from the goalkeeping clanger, that's the only way we're going to see the deadlock broken. We just need a moment of individual brilliance here from someone. So we've got some fine players here on the pitch, but we're certainly not seeing a great game though at the moment. I think just a couple of appeals there for a possible Fiorentina penalty, but the guy number 20 there for Fiorentina, Andrea Bellotti, as he just rounded the keeper, but even he himself didn't actually appeal for a penalty. The keeper actually got nowhere near his feet. In fact, Bellotti was pretty much already on the floor by the time the keeper came into the picture to try and claim the ball away from him. So, goal kick taken then from Zolakis, the Greek keeper. And Olympiacos keep the ball then in midfield. Foul committed there by Nicolas Gonzalez, who's had a quiet game, because he featured in last season's Europa Conference League final as well, against West Ham United, where West Ham won 2-1. And now we're finally going to get the first substitution of the game then. It's going to be for Fiorentina. Looks as if it's going to be Angola's Mbala Nzola who's going to come on, but who will he replace? We'll soon find out once the ball next goes out of play. Olympiacos with a low delivery there from the right wing, just caused a little bit of a problem momentarily before being cleared away by Fiorentina's defence. And then a little nick round the back there from Dodo. It's surely going to be a foul. Could be a yellow card with that challenge round the back on Daniel Pedence. Yeah, just swept the ball there. Swept the feet of Pedence rather than the ball. Pedence was swept right over his feet there. So we're still waiting for this first sub then. So it looks as if it's going to be Mbala and Zola to come on for Fiorentina. And he is now one. We're just waiting confirmation as to who he's come on for. And it's Belotti. So Andrea Belotti is coming off. Mbala and Zola is coming on. The Angolan international. He's made 6 appearances for Angola and scored 2 goals. What can the substitute do here? Can he make an immediate impact here for Fiorentina? Long ball attempted in from Olympiacos, but the ball goes out of play. So the simple goal kick to take. Looks as if it's going to be taken long by Terracciano, who's been, I'd say, the busier of the 2 goalkeepers, but he's certainly not exactly had a busy evening. Because his main course of action was early on, after only about 90 seconds, when he did have to produce a really good save to tip the ball around the post to deny Daniel Podence. So Fiorentina then with the first sub, if you just missed it, Andrea Belotti off, and Angolan international Mbala Nzola has come on for him. Foul conceded by the Olympiacos, 32 by Santiago Hetzer. A lot of Olympiacos players circling the referee after that one. Did seem a little bit harsh, but all the appeals to no avail. Free kick to Fiorentina. Just in front of the halfway line then. Right in the heart of the centre circle. Again, still waiting for this moment of magic, a moment of inspiration somewhere. It's been so close, and it's even been close in terms of ball possession. It's 51-49 in favour of Olympiacos, so possession almost dead equal as well. It's Mandragora on the left wing for Fiorentina, trying to force something here, but clearance from the Olympiacos player is ricocheted back off the Fiorentina player. So it'll be a goal kick for Olympiacos to take through Zoulakis. So if you have just tuned in, you are listening to Matthew Rhodes here. Hope you're enjoying your evening's coverage of this this season's Europa Conference League final between Olympiacos and Fiorentina at the AEK Arena. Still waiting our first goal though. And Zola just with his first touch of the ball there, just trying to chest the ball down there and look for support, but the ball is nicked away from him by Hetzer. Retsos is still on, by the way, the number 45, the centre-half for Olympiacos. Now then, Olympiacos surging down the right wing. We're finally going to have a little bit of action here. Not quite, as Dodo manages to dive in front of the Olympiacos player and makes the clearance. Podence is down in a heap. Exactly as the referee given here. Hard to say at the moment, but Dodo with a last-ditch challenge. And if anything, it's surely a foul actually on Dodo, because Podence goes for goal, then the ball is robbed away from him and ends up going for goal on Podence's leg. Podence has taken an absolute whack there after kicking Dodo's leg. Still both sets of fans in good voice here. Still waiting the first goal. 63rd minutes, now over an hour played. Neither keeper has been beaten so far. Of course, fairly early on in the game, after only around about 12 minutes or so, Fiorentina did have the ball in the back of the net through Nikola Milenkovic, who steered the ball in from around 8 yards out, but he was offside by about a yard, and the assistant referee, to his credit, did have the flag up immediately. And it was the first 10 to 12 minutes that's been the best bit of the game. It was pretty frantic, but since then it's been a very, very scrappy affair where neither side have been able to control the game at all. Very, very scrappy. You're just waiting for one of these sides to just take the initiative here and really step up the tempo in this game, because this game is there to be won. This trophy is there to be won. You just need to see a bit of, well, creativity. Not to be too harsh from one of these sides. So at the moment they're just cancelling each other out here. Nice bit of trickery there from the Fiorentina sub, Nzola. Now Dodo advances from the right wing into the penalty area and is unable to keep the ball in. Sums this game up. It's a goal kick for Olympiacos to take. Of course, as we mentioned before at the start as well, normally I give you updates with... Oh, sorry, my mistake, by the way. Just back onto the pitch. I did think that the ball came off Dodo last, but it did come off the Olympiacos defender last. Must have been a tiny nick. So it is a corner kick for Fiorentina from the right corner quadrant. So it's going to be taken by number 6 off Melo, the Brazilian international. Steered in, and it's a header from Milenkovic, but it's steered wide of the post. At least it's an effort. Still not on target, but that was an effort nonetheless from Milenkovic. Good defending though to crowd Milenkovic out, and his header steered pretty comfortably wide in the end, but pretty much the first effort really of any kind in this second half. It's so cagey. In terms of total attempts, it's 10 to 2 in favour of Fiorentina. On target, I can tell you now it will be a lot lower than those numbers though. Fiorentina looking to counter now, just on the left of centre, trying to set up Nzola. It's been very lively since coming on, Mbala Nzola. The Angolan international. Joined Fiorentina last summer. This is his first season with La Viola after being at Spezia, where he made over 100 appearances for the Serie A side. This is his 47th appearance. He scored 7 goals this season, Nzola. Can he notch his 8th tonight? Because if he does, could go a long way for Fiorentina securing their first European honour since all the way back in 1961 when they won the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup, which is still the only European trophy they've won so far in their history. I think I'm right in saying this is their 5th final, but they have lost all the others, including last season's Europa Conference League final where they lost 2-1 to West Ham United. That was also a pretty cagey match, especially in the first half. The second half was much better once the first goal went in. But this game, it desperately needs a goal. Now, it's a bit of a cliche to say that, where you'll hear a commentator say this game really could do with a goal, but it really does fit that cliche at the moment. We are desperately awaiting a goal just to force both teams into a bit of action here. It's not for want of trying, of course, so much riding on this game. It's just that both sides have simply just cancelled each other out so far. It's hard to see where the deadlock is going to be broken here. Substitutes could play a major part for who wins this game. And the tactical choices by both managers as this game progresses. So we're now midway through the second half, and we are no clearer as to being able to work out who will win this season's Europa Conference League. So at the moment, it's on the toss of a coin. It's so equal right now between both sides. Fiorentina have had more shots for certain, but haven't had many more shots on target. They are just breaking here, down the right flank here. Now cuts into the centre of play, and it's Zola with a shot from 18 yards. Oh, but he gets it all wrong here. So I think it was Kouame actually who actually had the shot at the end. Down into the ground goes the effort, and Zolakis is able to claw the ball away, and it's going to be a goal kick for Fiorentina. We've then also just seen a bottle thrown onto the pitch. Looks as if it came from the Fiorentina fan base, but it's now being kicked off the pitch by another Fiorentina player. Well, that was an effort, Fiorentina. They are beginning to attack and threaten a little bit more in the past 5 or so minutes. But again, when it comes to an effort that needs a lot of composure, needs a calm head on shoulders, we just don't get it so far in this game. It was an awful shot driven right into the ground, and so Lakis is able to claw the ball away to, in the end, concede a corner. So now into the 70th minute. Normally when I'm providing these flash score commentaries, I can give you updates from other games as well, but of course, as you can appreciate, not very many games have taken place today, of course, at this stage of the season. But if you have missed it, and if you have been keeping tabs with the UEFA Under-17s Championship, 2 quarter-finals were held earlier on today. Denmark knocked out Czechia on penalties after a 1-1 draw, and Serbia knocked out Austria following a 3-2 victory. So Denmark and Serbia are through to the semi-finals of the Under-17s Championships. England's Under-17s are in action tomorrow night when they take on Italy in what should be a really good game there. Apologies just for the slight break in coverage there. Running back up now, of course. Still waiting for this game to really fire on all cylinders here. Both managers again barking out the instructions, but still only the one change so far. Of course, we could have another 30 minutes of extra time to come, of course. But it is just hard to see where we're going to get a goal at the moment, because at the moment it does seem, at least within the 90 minutes, this does seem destined to end as a goalless draw. Of course, there has to be a winner at some point tonight. Now then, Olympiacos are now bringing on their first substitute of the game. Just waiting to see who's going to come off. It looks as if it's going to be the captain. Kostas Fortounis is coming off then for Olympiacos, the captain. Over 50 appearances for Greece's national side. And he's coming off. That's a little bit surprising. Wonder if he might have picked up a knock somewhere. I've not seen anything to illustrate that. But Fortounis is coming off then, the captain. And Jovetic is coming on, the number 22. So the Montenegro player, Stevan Jovetic, is coming on. 76 appearances for Montenegro's national side. Made his debut 17 years ago. So he's had a 17-year international career with Montenegro. Now 34 years of age. One of his I guess his main claim to fame is he's recognised as only the second footballer to score at least one goal in all of the, in quotation marks, Big Five leagues. So, of course, in England, Spain, Germany, Italy and France at the top tier. So it's a well-journeyed career, but it's an impressive career nonetheless for Jovetic. Used to play for Manchester City. And did, once upon a time, actually play for the opposition. Played for Fiorentina, where he made over 100 appearances, Jovetic. So could Jovetic come back to haunt his old club, Fiorentina? Jovetic also scored 11 times in 44 appearances for Manchester City between 2013 and 2015. So far this season he's scored 8 in 33 for Olympiacos. And now Fiorentina going to bring on their second sub, and it's a player that I did mention a few minutes ago, because he did appear in last season's Europa League final, and is back on now. Alfred Duncan. He's come onto the pitch. So Alfred Duncan is coming on, 31-year-old. Ghanaian international, made 10 appearances before retiring back in 2017. This will be his 125th appearance for Fiorentina overall. So, can the Ghanaian international make an immediate impact here for La Viola? So, Jovetic has just come on for Olympiacos, and Duncan has come on for Fiorentina. Into the 75th minute, and still not any closer to finding out who's going to win this season's Europa Conference League. Very scrappy game. Have to be honest, don't want to come across as too harsh, but it's the second half has probably been, as a contest, has been even worse than the first half. Opening 10 minutes, good affair. Pretty entertaining, very, very quick, very pacey, both countering very quickly. But then since that moment's on, after about 12 minutes played, it's been a real slog of a match at the moment to get through, because as a neutral, just been barely anything with the way of clear-cut chances for either side. And like I keep saying, it's up to one of these teams, well, it's up to both teams to just go for it. Just take the initiative in this game. Take the game by the scruff of the neck, because at the moment, we're just, it's almost like we're playing for a penalty shootout. You just can't see where a goal is going to come from. At the moment, of course, it can all change within a second in this sport. So we've had a couple of substitutions then from either side to see if this can shake things up just a little bit. Fiorentina just playing the ball out from the back here. Now long ball. Tries to find Gonzalez. Now Nzola just finding a little bit of a space here. And what's the referee given here? Referee, I think, has given a free kick to Olympiacos. I think for a push from Nzola. So there's going to be a free kick for Olympiacos, and it'll be the goalkeeper himself to take it, just in front of his of the D, in front of his area. Now into the 77th minute of the game. Now then, another substitution for Olympiacos. So beginning to see quite a few subs coming on. And Andre Horta is coming on loan from Braga, Portuguese Primeira Liga side. He's coming on for compatriot Chiquinho. So Andre Horta coming on for Chiquinho, a switch in midfield there for Olympiacos. Will that have a major impact on this game? It's up for grabs. It's absolutely up for grabs. Yeah, it's just so tight between both sides. It's so hard to work out who's going to be lifting the trophy tonight. Dodo with a throw in then in a defensive position for Fiorentina. Just throws it all the way back to Terracciano. Of course, both keepers haven't had a great deal to do. Now Fiorentina try and break down the right wing. Scrappy affair again in the middle. Now Bonaventura just trying to surge down the right wing, but again, just has the ball taken off him almost straight away. That's a bit better from Olympiacos now in possession here. Switches from the left of centre now to the right wing. Rodinei. And it looks as if he's been fouled there, Rodinei. Bit of a late challenge there from one of the... Rodinei just going down there. It was a bit of a late challenge because at first I thought it had gone out for a throw-in, but it is a foul from Kouame, and it's actually a yellow card now for the Ivorian international Christian Kouame. So booking there, I think that's Fiorentina's second, and the third one of the game overall. I think overall so far the officials have done a really good job. I think the referee's been pretty decent. Not really had any controversial moments at all so far in this game. So Olympiacos then have a free kick on the right wing. It's glanced in here and it just goes wide of the post. That's a little bit better now. Glancing header, didn't get much on it at all, but just enough to have the keeper Terracciano worried for just a moment. Let's have a look at the replay here. Just a fine glancing header, barely touches him. Off the number 8, Vicente Iborra, and it's steered wide of the post, but not by much. And that's, well, certainly Olympiacos' best effort of the second half. So finally the Greek side showing a little bit of threat here within the second 45 minutes. What the time it would have been if that had have gone in. There's only 10 minutes remaining here of the 90. At the moment it looks as if we are going to head to extra time. Just feel like there's so much pressure on both of these teams, and it's getting to both teams here. We'll come to that again a little bit later, but Fiorentina now breaking down the left wing. Kouame. Now Kouame again here, just in the centre of play, about 30 yards out. That's a nice little through ball. Back to Kouame again. Dodo, attempted delivery from the right wing. He's won a corner. Comes off Hetzer last, I think, there. So it's going to be a corner kick for Fiorentina from the right wing. If this goes in, what a time it will have been to have scored. Looks as if there was a possible offside in the build-up to that. We were still waiting for the corner kick to be taken. It's taken short. Now it's guided into the right wing here. There's a possible chance here for Fiorentina, but the whistle has already gone for a foul on the Olympiacos defender, Panagiotis Retsos, who went down so early in that second half and looked pretty much certain that he would have to come off. After he's clearly got a big bump to the head after a pretty horrible collision, but it has been alright to continue since. Now Fiorentina going to bring on 2 more substitutions here. So number 11, Jonathan Ikone is coming on, and number 72, Antonin Barak. So Barak coming on and Ikone. Bonaventura is one of the players coming off, the Italian international. Just looking for confirmation of who the other Fiorentina player was that came off. And it's Kouame. So Kouame off, as well as Bonaventura. And coming on is Jonathan Ikone and Czechia's Antonin Barak. So Barak, an experienced international player, has made 38 appearances for the Czech national side. Jonathan Ikone from Bondy in France, made 4 appearances for France's senior side. 4 appearances and 1 goal. Scored on his debut against Albania in a friendly. This is his 114th appearance for Fiorentina. Scored 12 goals. Coming towards the dying moments then. Well, maybe not the dying moments. Coming towards the latter stages, certainly, now of this game. Within its 90 minutes. Dodo just with a bit of a lazy challenge there. On Ortega. Oh, sorry, Jovetic there, who's actually gone down. One of the many subs that have now come on just within the last 10 to 15 minutes. Now into the 84th minute then, so it's going to be a free kick to Olympiacos. Just over the halfway line on the left wing, inside Fiorentina's own half. Delivery comes in, that's good. Oh, and it's just sailed wide of the post. It didn't end up connecting with anyone. The closest was the number 9, the Moroccan international, Ayoub El Karbi. And he couldn't quite reach it. It was a great delivery. That from the number 5 for Olympiacos. Again, one of the many substitutes that's come on. It's Andre Horta. And El Karbi was not far away at all from getting a connection. If he had, that surely would have gone in. So is this game finally just beginning to open itself up again? Going into the 85th minute, of course. A goal now so crucial, beyond crucial for both sides. And Zola just trying to hold the ball up there for Fiorentina, but just had the ball nicked off him there. Olympiacos cleared the ball away before, and Zola could look to play another Fiorentina player in. Now just cutting from the left wing into the left of centre, now into the penalty area for Fiorentina, but again Olympiacos are able to clear through Retsos, who's, full credit to him, has still been able to soldier on and keep playing despite the huge collision that he had with Andrea Belotti. Belotti was the player who did actually have to come off following that. It took about 15 minutes, but we saw the footage of him having an ice pack on his head. So he's clearly still feeling the effects of that head-on-head collision. But remarkably, Panagiotis Retsos is still continuing. Now Olympiacos now surging down the right flank here. Delivery comes in. Awful delivery. Straight out of play. Again, sums this game up. It's been a pretty turgid cup final, it has to be said, so far. There's just been no quality in this game. No quality at all. Anywhere in the final third from both sides. Again, I just keep repeating myself, just waiting for someone to take this game by the scruff of the neck. At the moment, just nobody is. There doesn't appear to be anyone that has the capacity to show some proper quality in the final third. And again, it's just hard to see where a deadlock's going to be broken for either side here. Now we've just got a Fiorentina player down on the pitch. Not sure if it's cramp. It's been spoken to by an Olympiacos player. Still, both sets of fans though in great voice. Not been a great game, but great support from both sides. Of course, as we were mentioning before, do wonder if the pressure has been a lot for both sides to bear. Fiorentina have won a European trophy before, but we're going back a long way. They're under a lot of pressure, of course, from their fans to, especially after losing last season's Europa Conference League final, to finally win a European trophy again. Because Olympiacos have never in their whole history won a European trophy at senior level. Of course, they've featured in European competitions so often. They've never ever gone all the way in any European senior competition. Of course, been regulars before in the Champions League as well. Certainly as a kid that grew up in the 90s and In my teen years in the noughties, Olympiacos would pretty much always would guaranteed to be involved at some stage in the Champions League. Have reached the quarter-finals before of the Champions League as well. Going back quite a few years though for that. Into the 88th minute. Dodo with a throw-in then for Fiorentina on the right wing. Well inside Olympiacos' own half. It's a good area. Thrown in, but already Olympiacos' defence able to deal with it. Ball comes straight back out onto Alfred Duncan, the Ghanaian international. He goes for goal, but dearie me, a long way over there. Poor efforts there from Alfred Duncan, just willing the ball to go in, because nothing seems to be working for either side here at the moment. So coming up to the 89th minute then, we're now in that now, so we're just waiting for very soon for the fourth official to put up on his board how many minutes of injury time have been allocated. So we should be finding out very soon, in about 30 seconds time. I imagine there'll certainly be more than the one that we got at the end of the first half. I still don't think we'll have a massive amount. I'd maybe go 4, possibly 5 would be my guess. We'll be able to find out soon. Goal kick taken by Terracciano then of Fiorentina. And goes out of play pretty much straight away after just going over the halfway line. 7. Okay, I'm surprised by that. We've got 7 minutes then of stoppage time. So certainly time for one of these sides to grab a winner. 7 minutes of stoppage time. If either of these sides can grab a goal here, that is surely going to be game, set and match. I think we all knew it was going to be a close game, but there's just been pretty much nothing between these sides throughout the whole 90 minutes. Like watching a game of chess at the moment. Long ball in from Olympiacos' keeper. Tries to find the number 9, Ayoub El Karbi. It's cleared away though by Fiorentina. Olympiacos back in possession now. Just keeping the ball on the left of centre. That's a bit better. Well shepherded out by Cardo. Then a long ball comes in from the centre and it's claimed pretty comfortably by Terracciano, Italian keeper, 34 years of age, but no senior international appearances for his national team. Long ball then from Terracciano. Perhaps more out of hope, more than anything. Just hoping the forward line of Fiorentina can conjure up something to get the ball into the net, because surely a goal now from either side within the next 5 minutes, it's surely got to be the winner, surely. Martinez Quarta. Got the space here to lump the ball into the box. Kept in. Now Mandragora. Now a delivery in from the left wing, and it's claimed very, very comfortably by Solakis. No Fiorentina players around him, so he's decided to put the ball onto the turf, and he's going to kick it out from the ground. 2 minutes have passed then of the 7 minutes allocated. So the kick comes in then from the number 88, Konstantinos Zolakis. Only 21 years of age, but he's already made plenty of appearances for Olympiacos, the Piraeus side. It's an attempted through ball down the right wing, looking to get a delivery in there from the right wing, but I think it's Milenkovic there who just allows the ball to harmlessly run out of play. So we're just waiting for the goal kick to be taken. Now it is. Doesn't go too far though. Perhaps an opportunity for Olympiacos to put in some sort of threat here in the final third. But again, the ball is nicked from them. And Fiorentina go long. It goes all the way back to Konstantinos Zoulakis, Greek keeper. This would, I would say undoubtedly, if Olympiacos were to get a victory here, this would be the biggest moment in the club's history. So many Greek titles. They've won 47 Greek Super League titles in their 99-year history. That is quite some strike rate. And they've won 28 Greek Cups, but never a European title of any kind at senior level. So you would have to think that a win here would be Olympiacos' greatest achievement in its history. And Nzola does really well here to get the ball away from an Olympiacos defender on the right wing from Fiorentina's perspective here, just in front of the byline. But then, just at the last moment, Olympiacos are able to cut inside, steal the ball away, and go long. And it is just so hard to see where either side are going to get a goal from. It is like watching a game of chess. It's just so close. It's been very, very slow, very methodical. 2 minutes to go then of stoppage time. 5 minutes have elapsed of the 7 allocated. Just a little bit of stoppage here, not too sure why, but we are now back underway. Don't think we're under any threat of there being any additional stoppage time being added on to the 7 minutes allocated. Of course, if this is level then, at the final whistle, we wouldn't go straight to a penalty shootout. We would go to extra time first. So there's no golden goal rule or silver goal rule. It would be a full 30 minutes of extra time. And of course, if the scores are still level then, this cup final would have to be settled on penalties. Thought Duncan just might have had the opportunity there just to steer away from the left of centre and then cut into the centre of play itself and get into a good position from 30 yards out. But the referee had already called the action back for an adjudged foul beforehand. 45 seconds to go then of the 97 minutes that we've now played. Of course, surely a goal now for either side is surely the winner, but it is just so hard to see where it's going to come from. Fiorentina with a long ball here. Again, straight to the Olympiacos defence. Now Fiorentina showing a bit of urgency here with this throw-in inside Olympiacos' own half. Of course, they know if they get a goal from here, they've won. We're practically in a sudden death scenario here. Last few seconds rather, of the 90. But the Olympiacos defence have managed to gain possession once more. And now they go long. And that is it. Right when we reach 7 minutes, that is the full-time whistle. But of course, we'll still have no idea who's going to be lifting the Europa Conference League trophy. So we're going to go to extra time here. So I think what we'll just do is we're just going to take a quick 2-minute break. Just a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be back for the start of extra time. So at 0-0, at the end of 90 minutes, it's Olympiacos 0, Fiorentina 0. Just going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be with you for the start of extra Olympiacos? We will find out by the end of tonight. So after 90 minutes, it's finished 0-0. So we'll be starting extra time very shortly. Both sides still extra time starts. Of course, just to clarify, we've not got anything like the golden goal rule in place or a silver goal rule. It will be a full 30 minutes of extra time. So you never know. There could still be a few goals in this game. Probably unlikely after what we've seen in that opening 90. So if you have just tuned in, has to be said, a pretty dire 90 minutes for a cup final. Not very many exciting moments whatsoever. I feel like the occasion has got to both teams. There's a lot of pressure, of course, on Fiorentina to finally win another European trophy. The only time they've done it before is 1961. And of course they lost last season's Europa Conference League final to West Ham United. And for Olympiacos, they've never won a European trophy before at senior level. At any point in their 99-year history. Of course, they've won so much silverware. Of course, all of that domestically. Nothing in Europe, though. So we'll be starting extra time very, very soon then. The Olympiacos players come out from their huddle and about to go back into position. Biraghi, the skipper for Fiorentina, who's not had a great game, it has to be said. Just having a bit of a chuckle here, bit of a joke with Retsos, the opposing captain. Of course, Retsos, I'm amazed, is still on the pitch. He was the guy that took a massive bump to the head after clashing heads with Andrea Bellotti. But it was actually Bellotti, the player, that went off about 10 minutes afterwards, and we then saw some footage of him with an ice pack to his head. But incredibly, Panagiotis Retsos, who took such a whack, he's already got a big lump on his forehead, and he genuinely did go down to the ground twice on the sidelines. And 100%, I definitely wasn't imagining things. He did the signal with both of his hands to indicate I need to come off, but was clearly overruled by the manager and the coaching staff, and is still going. Never know, he might have a penalty to take in around half an hour's time. So 0-0 then. We're just about to get extra time underway. Fiorentina are going to kick us off. So Fiorentina then, all in white with a slight purple pattern on the sleeves. They're kicking from right to left now for the first half of this extra time. And Olympiacos kicking from left to right in their red and white stripes and red shorts. So we're underway then for extra time. Listen to flash score coverage of this season's Europa Conference League final with Matthew Rhodes. And we could well be in for the long haul. Attempted delivery from the left wing from Olympiacos. Goes straight out of play. From Fiorentina rather. Now Olympiacos with the ball on the left wing here, just with one of their many substitutes who has now come on. The number 22, Stevan Jovetic, former Manchester City player. One of very, very, very few players to have scored at least one goal in all of the top tiers of the Big Five leagues. The Big Five, as they like to call it, of course, in England, France, Italy, Spain and Germany. Now Fiorentina just breaking into the penalty area here. It's a shot from 20 yards out, but it's blocked immediately. It's Duncan again. He likes to try and get a long-range shot in. Now, free kick to Fiorentina following the blocked shot. Oh, and that's surely a foul there. No, the referee's not giving it. I thought that was a big shove there on the Fiorentina forward, but we'll come back to that later because Olympiacos just on the counter themselves. So number 9, El Karbi, but now he's crowded out by two separate Fiorentina defenders. They've worked really, really hard there. Oh, but now they've sloppily given the ball away. And it's going to be a throw-in for Olympiacos on the right wing, about 20 yards away from the corner quadrant. Seeing some nervous fans now, particularly from Olympiacos' side, as we concentrated on a few of those, a few nails being bitten. Now Fiorentina will go on the counter-attack here. Nzola gives some support there, but doesn't get it. Now the Kone support as well. French international, who has also come on as a second half substitute within the 90 minutes for La Viola. Now that's a bit better from Olympiacos. Advancing down the left wing. Claims for a handball inside the penalty area, but nothing given. I think that was more out of hope more than anything. Of course, that is probably the most likely way we are going to see the deadlock be broken, by a penalty. I don't think VAR looking into that handball appeal at all there, it has to be said. Although, still a few Olympiacos players now beginning to circle the referee, and it's Jovetic who has now received the booking. I think Jovetic has received the booking for demanding that the referee needs to look into that handball situation further. But as far as what I can tell, VAR not interested. I think they've looked at it and dismissed it straight away. And Jovetic has picked up a booking for his trouble, and the referee might now be having to reach into his pocket for a yellow card for some of the Olympiacos coaching staff as well. He singled out someone, I think, from Olympiacos' coaching staff. It's another player. And he's given a booking to a substitute who hasn't even come on. So an unused substitute for Olympiacos has now just received a booking as well for appealing too much. It's one of the goalkeepers. It's their second choice keeper, Paskalakis, who's received the booking. So Alexandros Paskalakis, the Greek goalkeeper, has now been booked for too much back chat towards the officials, and he's not even come onto the pitch. We'll now finally have a look at the replay. Oh my word, it is a handball. That actually is a handball from Martinez Quarter, but it's not being looked at. I have to say, I mean, I don't think it was intentional, but yeah, you'd have to think. I'm surprised that hasn't actually been given as a penalty here. The Olympiacos will keep on going regardless, and it's a shot from 20 yards out. That's actually forced a decent save from Pietro Terracciano. Good effort there inside the D from 20 yards out. And Terracciano is forced to tip the ball around the post. It's Jovetic with the effort. Olympiacos fans now in full voice once again. 5 minutes into extra time, and Olympiacos have started the better team in this from the moment that extra time began. With the free kick, sorry, from the corner kick, the resulting corner kick. Delivery from the right wing just went harmlessly out of play. But that was a good save though from Terracciano. Delivery from the right wing just went harmlessly out of play. But that was a good save though from Terracciano. Leverkusen 3-0, of course, by Leverkusen's only competitive defeat of the entire season. Absolutely remarkable. And Atalanta put in an exceptional performance to beat Leverkusen 3-0. One of the most impressive cup final performances of modern times, in the opinion of many, but again, it has to be said, without wanting to be too harsh, this has not been a classic of a cup final between Olympiacos and Fiorentina, but that's not to say can't have a classic ending to a cup final. There is still time for one or two dramatic moments here. So we're midway through the first half of extra time. So don't go anywhere. Could still have a very dramatic ending to this game. And of course, as I've said before as well, it's so hard to predict who on earth is going to be lifting the trophy tonight, because these two sides have been so well matched. They've cancelled each other out all game. I really can't pick out a winner even now. It's just, there's no clear momentum for either side. Nicolas Gonzalez with an acrobatic effort there from the edge of the penalty area, but to no avail. Straight to Zolakis. Olympiacos now advance forward here. Rodonai down the right wing. Goes for a 1-2. And the assistant referee has signalled to the referee that a free kick needs to be given for Olympiacos on the right wing. The skipper for Fiorentina, Cristiano Biraghi, protests, but it will be to no avail. And it's a free kick in a good position. No, it's certainly a free kick. Biraghi just sort of shoves his opponent there to the ground. And the player is still down, but I think he is milking that a little bit. So Biraghi is shown a yellow card there. That's a booking from Biraghi on the number 23, Rodonai, who's been on the right flank all game for Olympiacos. Looks as if Fiorentina are going to bring on maybe one more sub. Looks as if the Argentinian Lucas Beltran may well be coming on. So, free kick in a good area then, on the right flank. About, from the goal line, I'd say about just over 30 yards. Going to be crossed in from the right here. But it's a disappointing conclusion to that set piece, as Ayub El Kabi's header is ballooned high into the air and just lands on the roof of the net. He's not had a great game, El Kabi, but then again he's not really had that much service either. So it looks as if Fiorentina's last throw of the dice may come in the form of Argentina's Lucas Beltran. Joined Fiorentina last summer, scored 10 in 49 appearances overall for La Viola this season. Previous club was River Plate in the Argentine Premier Division. So again, still waiting for moments of magic, moment of inspiration, or are we going to see the breakthrough through a clanger, through a goalkeeping mishap or a defensive mishap? You can only really see it coming from that or from a spot kick within extra time for the deadlock to be broken. Fiorentina just applying a little bit of pressure here, and they've won a throw-in on the left wing. Will be taken quickly by Biraghi, of course. Time of the essence here. There's only 5 minutes to go of the first half of extra time. We're into the 100th minute. Still 0-0. Of course, not been a classic final. That doesn't mean to say we'll be prevented from having a classic ending to cup final. Fiorentina's manager just doing circles around his dugout area, very animated. Vincenzo Italiano, born in Germany, but moved to Italy at a very, very early age. Fiorentina now then with a free kick about 10 yards past the halfway line inside Olympiacos' own half on the right wing. Long ball from Milenkovic will be cleared away from Olympiacos' defence. Of course, as well, we're right at the end of a very long and hard season. It could well be who is the fitter team that is able to maybe create some chances between now and the end of extra time. Who's actually got the fitter legs here? Of course, these players must be tired. We're at the end now of a very long season. This is Olympiacos' last match of the season. After this, Fiorentina have just got one Serie A game left to play. Then that's it for them. Olympiacos with a hopeful ball, more than anything, from the right of centre into the penalty area, but Fiorentina clear the ball away easily. Now they'll look to go on the counter here quickly. Looking to feed the ball up to number 11, Jonathan Ikone. Now gets some support here. Duncan. Long range shot there from number 10, Nicolas Gonzalez, who's not had the best of games up front. And it's easily blocked, and now Olympiacos will go on the counter. Number 16, David Carmo, who's on loan from Porto. Again, attempted right-wing delivery, again, easily dealt with by the defence. So it's been a game where the defences have certainly come out on top, but not exactly had to see excellent defending at many points in the game either. Now just Olympiacos just adding a little bit of pressure here, and they've won a corner. They've managed to win a corner. Ayub El Kabi's persistence is rewarded at least with a set piece. Came off Nikola Milenkovic last, Serbian international. So we've got a corner here for Olympiacos, about 90 seconds before the end of the first half of extra time. It's going to be taken by number 5, Andre Horta, on loan from Braga. It's a second half substitute. What can he do here with the corner? Straight into the hands of the goalkeeper. And Terracciano will very, very gratefully receive that, and will take that all day long. Long ball then from Fiorentina's defence. Tries to find the number 10, Nicolas Gonzalez, the Argentinian national, but is not able to keep the ball. And this first half of extra time petering out here. So we're just waiting for the goal kick to be taken by Konstantinos Zoulakis. 30 seconds then until the end of the first half of extra time. I can't really see there being any added on time, because, to be fair, barely anything has happened in the last 15 minutes. Olympiacos here. A dinked ball here into the penalty area, but it's very easily claimed by Terracciano. We're into injury time now, so we're into stoppage time, and that is it. So literally about 3 seconds then extra time began. With the free kick, the deadlock has still not been broken. It is still Olympiacos 0, Fiorentina 0. So we'll keep this commentary going, because of course the break in between half time in the extra time period shouldn't last too long. We are seeing replays again of that handball incident, and I've got to say I'm pretty astonished the penalty hasn't been given, because I mean it clearly hits Milenkovic's arm and on his wrist as well. It actually lingers on there for a little bit. The more I see it, the more stunned I am that the penalty was not given there. Really surprised at that. And the other highlight was ultimately what was a good effort on target. It was a good save that Terracciano made to tip the ball around the post, but just really that one effort then. So both sides just coming in for a quick huddle. Some last minute words of advice, hopefully words of inspiration from both sets of managers here, from Fiorentina's Vincenzo Italiano and Olympiacos manager José Luis Mendilibar. Of course, he's been and done it all before. He's a Europa League winner, the Sevilla manager before. Players now getting into position as we're about to start the second half of extra time very, very soon. Getting late on into the night now, so it's, well, UK time, it's now 20 past 10 in the evening. But don't go anywhere, so we're either going to get a dramatic winner in extra time, or we're going to have a dramatic penalty shootout to determine who will be the third ever winner of the Europa Conference League competition, behind the inaugural winners Roma and last season's winners West Ham United. Now Fiorentina are making at least one sub. Just trying to work out here just who's come on here for Fiorentina. It's actually a couple of subs I think that's coming on. So Lucas Beltran is on, the Argentine. I think we've got a sub here for Olympiacos as well. So Lucas Beltran's come on for the start of the second half of extra time here in Athens. Packed crowd, again both sets of fans in full voice, but you can feel the nerves, because if we don't get a goal within the next 15 minutes as the referee blows the whistle for the start of the second half of extra time, if we don't get a goal within the next 15 minutes, this cup final will be decided on penalties. Fiorentina start quickly. Again, Olympiacos cut out the loose ball though. And this second half of extra time is going to be all about fitness. Who has the fitter side at the end of this long and hard season? If we're going to see any clear-cut opportunities here, because of course both sides will still be a bit cautious. Of course, one mistake within defence, or if the defence gets caught, gets left behind, only takes a second for it to all go wrong. There's barely any time to recover in this cup final. So just less than 15 minutes to go then, as the first minute of the second half of extra time has just elapsed. Olympiacos, long ball, seen a lot of long balls here, pretty much from the second half of normal time onwards. If you are listening along to this, thank you very, very much for listening along to this cup final. Perhaps not a classic by any stretch of the imagination, but at least we are now guaranteed a dramatic ending, because we are going to get either a very late extra time winner, or maybe even a couple of goals in extra time, never know, or we're going to get a very dramatic penalty shootout to round it all off. So I think that's the last throw of the dice here for Olympiacos. Attempted ball in from the right wing. Just goes straight to Terracciano. Fiorentina, by the way, just a couple of minutes ago at the start of the second half of extra time, have brought on Lucas Beltran from Cordoba in Argentina, former River Plate player. Scored 10 in 49 competitive appearances for Fiorentina this season. He's come on for Nicolas Gonzalez. So, long overhit pass there from Fiorentina. It actually just takes deflection off from an Olympiacos player last. Again, just seeing a few online comments just saying that it's not been the most action-packed of cup finals, but we guaranteed a dramatic ending. I can guarantee you that. Just 12 minutes to go then of this game, and if we don't get a goal, we will go to penalties. Long ball pumped in from Fiorentina. Now then, Beltran just got a little bit of space here. Oh, and it was just spread to the right wing there. And Ikone didn't use the space as he should have, and was able to be caught out by his marker. But Fiorentina go through again. A little bit of a wasted chance there from Icone. They've got a second chance. Fiorentina spreading the ball around quite nicely here. Now Duncan. Long ball from Milenkovic. Finds Dodo. Icone. Now Barak, the Czech sub. Duncan. This is better from Fiorentina. Now on the left wing, just inside the penalty area. It's a chance here from the number 11 Icone. Shot on target, but it's palmed out by the goalkeeper Zoulakis. Not the cleanest of efforts there from Icone. He just sort of scrambled at the ball. I don't think he quite got the conviction that he wanted, Jonathan Icone. It was a bit of a dramatic dive from Zoulakis. I don't think he needed to be as dramatic with that, but I think he just wanted to make sure that there was no chance at all that he was going to be beaten. But if Icone had just got a bit of a sweeter touch on that one, a bit more conviction, that could have been the chance for Fiorentina. Could have been the chance. Will they get another chance within the next 10 minutes? You've got to think that within the last 10 minutes, one of these teams is going to have a golden chance. You've got the ball pumped in from Fiorentina. Now then, Beltran just got a little bit of space here. Oh, and it was just spread to the right wing there. These last 10 minutes are surely going to be all about who's the fitter of these two sides, who can create a clear-cut opportunity from somewhere. Right wing delivery from Olympiacos, again claimed easily by Traciano. It's got to be said, Olympiacos' deliveries have been awful really throughout the whole game. Just seeing the replay of Icone's efforts, it takes a little deflection actually off the Olympiacos defender, but still it's Icone just doesn't quite get the conviction he wanted. He's on the ball again now though, Icone. Now feeds the ball to Dodo. Now Barak, Duncan, about 40 yards out in the centre of play. Gets support from Mandragora. Barak again. The Czech international, experienced players come on as a sub within the second half of normal time. That's a decent delivery. Oh, but then Olympiacos just clear the ball away through. Panagiotis Retsos is still there. Massive bump on his head. He signalled that he needed to come off. Incredibly, after 111 minutes, he's still playing. And the story that would be if he actually ended up taking one of the penalties and if he got the winning one. Long ball again here from Fiorentina. And that's a panicked clearance there from Olympiacos. And it's resulted in a corner kick. No need to concede a corner from there, but Mandragora will take the corner from the right corner quadrant. Fiorentina fans are bouncing. Are they about to witness history here for La Viola? Not just yet. It's flapped at a bit by the keeper, but they're able to keep the opposition at bay. Now Olympiacos will try and go on a quick counter-attack, but that's very well defended there by Duncan. Ooh. Referee gives a foul. I think that's pretty harsh. Decent area here for Olympiacos. Of course, we're now getting to the stage of the game here where it's just calls a bit for desperate measures here. Obviously, both clubs are just desperate to just get a goal, get a winning goal before we have to go to a dreaded penalty shootout, but also so nervous about making a mistake at the back as well and then allowing the opposition an easy goal. We're undoubtedly going to see some probably frantic play and some very scrappy plays of possession as well from both sides. But you've got to think that with just about 7 minutes to go, one of these sides is going to get a good opportunity. With the stakes so high, you know that probably just one goal is going to win it. With little time remaining, both sides must be close to exhaustion. To be fair, both sides have played the whole match as if they've been exhausted. It's just been It's just been that kind of game. It's been a slog, but we are guaranteed a dramatic ending. As we keep saying, 6 minutes to go then. A long break before this free kick is taken. Pretty poor free kick though. It's headed away by Dodo. Doesn't even go past the first man. Ikone knocks the ball back to Dodo. Now the ball is held up by Unzola. He was the first substitute to come on for Fiorentina. Olympiacos' defence are able to kick the ball back to goalkeeper Zolakis. Now Fiorentina's goalkeeper is just able to trap the ball. Now they're able to play the ball out of the back. Just over 5 minutes of extra time to go. Can't see there being much added on time here. There's very little has happened in the way of stoppages or injuries in this run of extra time. Not even anyone going down for cramp yet that you usually see in an extra time. 50-50 challenge, and Olympiacos get better of it. You can go in a counter here. Goes to the number 5. It's a ball in from the left wing here. Some appeals for a foul. Nothing given though by the referee. It was a pretty intelligent ball there from Andre Horta. On loan from Bragas. Another delivery here from Olympiacos. And they've scored! They've scored! In the 116th minute, Olympiacos have scored! And we've got a dramatic, and it's surely a dramatic late winner for the side from Piraeus. And Olympiacos are now just 4 minutes away from securing their first ever European trophy at senior level. I'm still not quite sure who actually got the last touch, but it was a ball pumped in from the left wing. It got into a perfect position where Terracciano had to commit from the line, but he was beaten to the ball. I'm still trying to work out who got the last touch, but in the 116th minute, Olympiacos have broken the deadlock. Goodness me, we're finally seeing a replay now, and it's an assist here from the number 32, from Santiago Hetzer. And it is the number 9, I was saying before he'd not had a great game, but it's Ayoub El Karbi, the Moroccan forward, who has scored. And oh my goodness me, VAR are having a look into this. It's going to be a VAR goal check. So let's see what's happening here then. Well, I can tell you that Ayoub El Karbi has received a booking for his overzealous goal celebrations because, you know, God forbid a player celebrates an extra time possible winner in a cup final. But he took his shirt off, so by the letter of the law he's shown a booking. I'm still trying to work out what VAR are looking into, but VAR is checking something here. So at the moment, 117 minutes played. It is Olympiacos 1, Fiorentina 0. The goal scorer is Ayoub El Karbi of Morocco. But VAR are still looking into something here. Since VAR have been checking, I've still not seen a replay here. Right, we're going to see a replay now. Alright, so it's to see if it's offside. Well, to me, so at the first offside, it looks dead level to me. It looks dead level between between El Karbi and his marker, but that is just from one angle. Because I'm sure the VAR officials are going to get the lines drawn. As you can understand, all the Olympiacos fans now look incredibly nervous. They thought they were just a few minutes away from securing their first ever European trophy of any kind at senior level, but there is a possibility that the possible winning goal has been taken away from them. El Karbi is down on his knees, just waiting for the outcome. VAR still looking at it. The Fiorentina players, they're all biting their fingernails here. They could receive a very late reprieve. It's got to be said, when we thought the goal had gone in, about 3 different Fiorentina players immediately collapsed to the ground, as if they just could not believe that they might be about to lose 2 Europa Conference League finals in 2 years. But we waited to see what the final decision is from VAR. The check is over. The goal stands. The goal stands. So we're going to have injury time. Absolutely. Stoppage time is going to happen because we had about 3-4 minutes. An Olympiacos fan is in tears here in the stands. But they're almost there. So we're now into the 119th minute. El Kaabi with his 11th goal of this season's Europa Conference League. It's 11 goals in 9 matches. And now, as you can imagine, Fiorentina have now put everyone up front. Everyone up front. They've got to. They have absolutely no choice. They may as well put Terracciano up in their forward line. Big question now is, how much stoppage time will there be? We're soon going to find out. So we're now into the 120th minute. I'd say the VAR took about 3 minutes. There was about a minute just for the goal celebration, so we could see maybe 4 more minutes be added on. We're still awaiting confirmation from the 4th official. 5. There's going to be 5 added on minutes. Olympiacos fans can't believe it. Fiorentina, everyone is up forward. On the right wing. Now onto the edge of the area. They've got a chance here. Oh, and it's blocked by the Olympiacos defence. I told you there was going to be a dramatic ending to this game. The first 100 minutes, maybe not. But after that, it's been dramatic. This is what we want from a cup final. So now it's Olympiacos hanging on for dear life. Fiorentina, their manager's going crazy on the dugout. Fiorentina have to score within the next 6 minutes. Within the next 4 minutes or so. Otherwise, it's over. Otherwise, they'll have lost a second Europa Conference League final in 2 seasons. Final substitution for Olympiacos. And it's the potential goal match winner, Ayoub El Kaabi, comes off. And compatriot Morocco's Youssef El Arabi comes on. So El Kaabi comes off and El Arabi has come on, number 11. Almost 2 minutes have elapsed then. 3 minutes and a few seconds for Olympiacos to go on. This would be their first ever European trophy at senior level of the game. Fiorentina, any stretch of the imagination, but at least we are now guaranteed a dramatic ending. Line. Ball has gone into an area where there's lots of Olympiacos fans and they're not giving the ball back, as you can imagine. So we're now just waiting for another ball to come through, but that could well add on another minute. So we're now halfway through injury time. The Olympiacos fans are going crazy here. The scarves all over the heads of all the fans here. Fiorentina fans in tears. And then again, some Olympiacos fans are in tears. Tears of joy here. Fiorentina desperately trying to gain possession here, but there's some holes at the back. Oh, it's offside. Just for a moment, you thought Olympiacos might have an opportunity to kill the game off completely. And now Fiorentina are allowed now to play the ball out of defence, but they've got to play it quickly now. They've got to throw everyone up front. They've got 2 minutes, maybe one more. Perhaps one more will be added on, as Olympiacos fans wouldn't give the ball back for a small amount of time. Maybe they'll add a further minute on for that, to try and make it as fair as possible. We've got Rodinei, the right back, already going up to the Olympiacos fans, cheering them on, trying to urge them on to make as much noise as possible. Has it been a classic cup final? No. But we've certainly had a dramatic ending now, whatever's going to happen. Olympiacos, as you can imagine, taking a very long time to take this throw in. I'm sure the referee will keep adding more time on. But Fiorentina now at a stage where if they were to win a corner, they would surely have to even bring their goalkeeper up forwards, because that's how desperate it now is for Fiorentina, because they are now right on the verge of losing another European final. This would be their second in 2 seasons. Now into the 4th minute of stoppage time here. Fiorentina with Duncan is the last outfield player back. Everyone else is in the final third for La Viola, but Olympiacos hanging on. The number 5 substitute, Andre Horta, who's been good for Olympiacos since coming on, clears the ball away. Goalkeeper Terracciano, huge ball, right up into, oh my words, into the penalty area for Fiorentina, and almost fought for a moment. So Lakis wasn't going to reach the ball in time, but he just does, ahead of the Fiorentina player. And again, as you can imagine, he's taking as much time as he can. His manager is urging him to just kick the ball long. Just kick the ball long. And now he does. And it's over! It's over! Olympiacos have won a European trophy for the first time in their history. It's full time. It's over. Olympiacos have beaten Fiorentina 1-0 after extra time. And their players are going absolutely crazy. They're losing it here in front of their fans. The Fiorentina fans look absolutely heartbroken, as do their players. It's their second European final defeat in 2 years. They lost last season's Europa Conference League final 2-1 to West Ham United. It was a late winner then too. From what I recall correctly, it was Jared Bowen who scored in something like the 89th minute. And now